close.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk.
We've lost connection. Hold on one second.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Board of Supervisors work session Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. It is 3:04 p.m. Board Meeting Room, 39 Bank Street, Southeast Chatham, Virginia, 24531. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bowman?
Here.
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Mr. Dalton?
Here.
Mr. Dudley? Mr. Whittle?
Here.
Mr. Ingram?
Here.
Mr. Tucker?
Here. All right. Are there any items to be added to the agenda? Any items?
No, sir.
Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All right, movement second, approval of the agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, vote electronically, please.
Mr. Whittle? Did you do this?
Motion passes 6-0. All right, for the citizens' convenience, all work session and committee meetings are now being recorded and can be viewed on the county's Facebook in the same YouTube location as the Board of Supervisors business meeting. Please remember that the board's work session is designed for internal board and county staff communication, discussion, and work. It is not a question and answer session with the audience. Accordingly, during the work session, no questions or comments from the audience will be entertained. Respectfully, any outbursts or disorderly conduct from the audience will not be tolerated, may result in the offending person's removal from the work session. As a reminder, all county citizens and other appropriate parties are designated by the board's bylaws are permitted to make comments under the hearing of the citizens section of tonight's business meeting. That moves us down to Agenda 5A, Danville Regional Airport. Mr. Sid Allgood. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you
Yes, sir.
the features of the Danville Regional Airport.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Is that better?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like to introduce Mark Adelman, who is the Director of Transportation and an Airport Manager for the Danville Regional Airport, and he will actually give you the numbers that go
Okay.
with this. Thank you.
Perfect. Good afternoon and welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board today regarding an update on what's going on at the Danville Regional Airport. I have a few slides that I'd like to share with you. Before we begin discussion about the improvements that are underway at the airport, I thought it might be helpful to share some background information about the current status of the airport regarding operations and facilities. And this first slide identifies, beginning at the top, that on average over the last 3 years, we've seen over 500 jet aircraft operations completed at the airport. This is the norm. It's a little higher than it was several years ago, but over 500 is the average typically. And this involves a number of different jets because we don't have, like we did in the past, where Dan River or Diamond was flying every week or every other week. It's much different now. The frequency is distributed very different than it was years ago. Average number of total operations over 23,000. As you can see from the next bullet, almost half of the total operations are related to flight instruction, local operations completed at the airport through Avery University's flight school. We have 30 T-hangars that are available to rent. I think our pricing is very competitive. They average between $180 and $210 per month per unit. The T-hangars can only accommodate one aircraft, whereas a box hangar can accommodate 2 or more different aircraft. And we have 5 that we rent, and they range in size considerably, and the price range is reflective of the size and age of those facilities. Personal property tax rate on aircraft, I would dare say we probably have the lowest tax rate in our region, only at 30 cents per hundred. That rate has not changed in over 20 years. And so, for example, if you own an aircraft that's valued at $1 million by the Commissioner of Revenue's office, the tax requirement would be $3,000 annually. Avery University also rents 4 additional box hangars, and 2 of those hangars are located within the Flight Center building that's located on the north side of the terminal building. So the next few slides address the improvements that are underway right now or planned for during the next 6 months that will be starting. We expect the majority of these projects to be completed by 2027. A handout was provided for the entire presentation, as well as a 2-page handout that addresses the different projects and the location of where those projects are being completed on the airfield. I'm not going to go over every single project today. We're going to be talking about several of the ones that are listed here. But the next slide shows the different areas where projects are underway or near completed. Item A, Project A, is located on the south side of the airport, and that's in a major erosion control mitigation project, over $800,000. And this is a picture of the project when it was near completed. We do unfortunately need to complete some additional work because the sediment pond is not draining like we'd like it to, so we're going to have to complete some additional drainage work. This project involved linear feet, over 600 feet of stormwater pipe was replaced. Very important project to address because of the erosion that was occurring. We basically had a ravine develop, a creek was developing adjacent to the property line. So the next few slides are addressing the projects that are oriented towards economic and infrastructure development at the airport that we believe will support multiple applications in the future. You may be aware that the airport, City of Danville's been working with an air ambulance operator that we hope that will establish operations at the airport this summer. But these projects that I'll be talking about are aimed at multiple use applications, including air ambulance. So a major project that is near finished, we hope it will be done this summer, involves site prep construction work in the T-hangar building area to support corporate hangar development. And from the slide, you can see that the graded area will accommodate up to 39,000 square feet of hangar space. Funds have been requested for next fiscal year through the city's budget office to develop a 80 by 80 hangar, which is shown in that yellow square on the far right side. The black sealant area that will be paved, additional 4 inches of asphalt will be applied. That's stone that was sealed this winter to protect the condition of it. And the very far right, you can see that a parking lot will also be developed as part of this project. The stone was placed several months ago prior to the winter, so it did not need to be sealed. And that parking lot will accommodate up to 39 automobile parking spaces. And the city code requires a parking lot to be completed to support any kind of business development at the airport. So, for example, the air ambulance operator, Air Methods, that the city's been communicating with, required a parking lot in order to build a modular building and hopefully rent the hangar that is identified on the slide. The modular building will support their crew requirements for their operation. This slide reflects projects that are underway and projects about to begin. The south ramp, which was constructed several years ago, was recently rehabilitated a couple of years ago, and the blue marking on to the left of the or to the west of the south ramp reflects service road connections that will be paved as part of a site prep construction project. If you look at where the blue service road connection designation, it feeds into a yellow rectangle. Will be a 30-space parking lot, and we will be grading an area to support approximately 10,000 square feet of hangar space adjacent to the south ramp. The hangar, the icon with the stripe diagonal marking, that's the hangar that we plan to develop next fiscal year and bring utility connections to the site, sanitary, water, gas. Electric is close by to that site, but the other utilities are not. So we've budgeted $1.9 million for utility connections and to construct a new hangar. The project, site prep construction project, the south ramp, that was just recently awarded, and it's over $800,000. So there's millions of dollars worth of improvements. The site prep construction project that started in November of '24, that was a $2 million project. So you're looking at about $5 million worth of improvements in just this area of the field alone. The next project addresses the aviation training facility project that in a partnership has been established with Danville Community College and Averett University. Steel is supposed to be begin erection June 1st for the building, which is going to be 13,244 square feet. This project also involves renovating an existing hangar where Averett University has aircraft stored. They will move out of that hangar and move into the new hangar that's under construction currently. You can see that crane on the far right-hand side up on the roof of that hangar. That hangar is near complete. It'll be done this summer, we hope, and Averett University will move in there so that we can renovate another hangar. So we're looking at this project involves almost 20,000 square feet of new construction and then renovation of another 3,900 square feet. The aviation training facility building, as I mentioned, will be shared by Averett and DCC, and this will be the second public aviation maintenance school, training school in the state of Virginia. The other public school is located at the Shenandoah Valley Airport, and that's the Blue Ridge Community College. This is a rendering that hopefully will help better explain the improvements that are underway. The buildings that are identified in gray, light gray, are under construction. The hangar, the corporate hangar to the far left or the north side of the field, That's Airport Drive, adjacent to Airport Drive. That hangar will be renovated, and that's what I was referring to recently, just a minute ago. This is a rendering of what the aviation training facility building will look like when completed. Right now, we are hoping that the project will be done by the end of March of 2027. Some other projects that we're working on currently that also involves Pittsylvania County is an aviation exposure outreach program, and it's diverse, and it's designed to try to provide students with a comprehensive understanding of aviation, business activities, fuel activities, which is related to the fixed-based operator, AU Aviation Services, and also capital improvement planning at the airport. Yesterday, we completed our first field trip with Danville Public Schools aviation science students. Avery University provided free flights, not free flights, the school paid for the flights, but Avery University is also involved with a free fly day that's offered in November of every year, and that program is promoted through Pittsylvania County Schools as well as Danville Public Schools. In June, next month, Kathleen McGarvey contacted me in the last few weeks to coordinate field trips that will be completed for her students, as identified there, June 17th and 24th, and they will be offered the same exposure to aviation as Danville Public Schools Aviation Science Program. It was a very, very positive experience yesterday. And surprisingly, one of the top activities involved just showing kids how to fuel an aircraft, which is very, very unique, and hopefully we can expose the board to the program as well sometime in the future. This is a shot of two kids that attended the free fly day a couple of years ago. From this vantage, you cannot see that their outfits are include aircraft, both. So the parents got the kids dressed up for the event. It's been very successful. We were at capacity in November of 25. Avery University flight instructors provide the flights for free to any child that comes to the airport for the day of the event. It also includes the Star Lab exhibit. Danville Public Schools aviation science instructor shows kids how to fly operated drone inside a large hangar. And we flew over 190 kids last year, so it was a really nice day at the airport. It was a blue sky day. And the last slide just shows another special event activity that was completed recently at the airport for the very first time. Goodyear and United Way contacted us, and they expressed interest to hold a 5K at the airport, and we established an arrangement where they could run along the terminal ramp and then onto English Park along Stinson Drive. Automobiles were parked in the aircraft tie-down area, and Avery University really went above and beyond the call of duty. They made their hangar available for registration. They were flying aircraft to make it more of an aviation event, and they also staged aircraft along the terminal ramp to reflect the path of the race. So this presentation was intended to give you all an update on what's going on at the airport, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, comments from the board? Mr. Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Mark, thank you for the presentation. I think I've seen this one here before. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. And Sid, thank you for coming. Sid is the chairman of the Airport Commission. Mark is the director out there. So the runway, I know a few years ago it was talked about how long the runway is. What's the current length of the runway?
The current length of the runway is 5,900 feet, the primary runway.
Okay. And there's also been talk about commercial air. What's the possibility of having commercial air back again?
Well, commercial air service is market-driven. And there are communities that have been successful, like Natchez, Mississippi, with establishing commercial air service by asking, coordinating through a consultant study to attract a airline to offer service. But that comes with a price. And what we learned in communicating with Natchez multiple times, they had to put aside over $1 million for one round-trip flight. The cost to offer commercial air service is extremely expensive, thousands and thousands of dollars per hour. So consequently, any business is not going to want to take a risk when it's that costly. So it's very common to require a community to put money in escrow in case airline ticket sales don't support a profit. You basically need a 60% load factor for a 50-passenger regional jet. So Natchez is hopefully going to get off the ground July 1st, and we'll be watching to see how successful it goes.
Good. Thank you. And one last question. If you think we're paying a high price for fuel, what's the current price per gallon for fuel now?
It's over $7 for both
So it's-
avgas and jet fuel.
Yeah. It's pretty expensive. Okay, thank you, Mark.
Sure.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Mark, thank you for that presentation. At one time, in regards to commercial flights, the hindrance was the runway wasn't long enough. Is this the expansion, or does it still need to be increased in length?
The current runway length for the primary runway supports up to a 70-passenger regional jet.
Okay.
So it's long enough to support commercial airline service currently. In order to support a 737 aircraft that Southwest or some other airline requires, the runway would need to be extended. And the only real likely opportunity would be to go to the south. And the challenge with that is that there is a significant area that has to be filled where you're looking at somewhere between $30 and $50 million to fill in order to extend the runway so it's on a level grade. And then you've got to move the instrument landing system as well. But the good news is we could attract a 70-passenger jet and offer commercial service with what we've got now.
This was probably before your time, but maybe we need to bring back the old Piedmont prop planes. Thank you, sir.
Well, I know that Natchez was looking at any possible aircraft to offer service. I don't know how attractive those would be right now currently.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Anyone else? If not, thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Come on.
Here it comes.
I hope that this gave you an insight as to why we requested to make this presentation. But a couple of things I'd like to bring up is, and especially with the advent of the new training facilities that are being established, that there is a consortium or working together between Averett University, DCC, and Danville Public Schools. Pennsylvania County Public Schools might want to look into it. It's exciting. All right. I am one of two members of the commission. I currently serve as the chairman. We have two members from Pennsylvania County on the commission. So if there's anything we can do, let us know. As you probably understand, with the dates and all involved in the projects, we need to work on them. We need to have a crystal ball to figure out what's coming. So help us out and let us know. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. You had mentioned Averett. You're partnering with Averett DCC and Danville City Schools.
Yes.
What does Pennsylvania County Schools need to do to get involved or partner with, your airport? Okay. Okay.
Two field trips will be completed that have already been scheduled, and they're supposed to bring out around 30 kids each trip. I suggested that to Kathleen to meet with Denver Public Schools to see their facility, because it's very, very impressive. They have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of flight simulator equipment that is very, very impressive. And I'm not suggesting that you all go out and buy that equipment, but
Not for four high
partnering with
schools.
them,
Not today.
partnering with them, maybe there's an opportunity where county students can work with their simulators, potentially. I don't know,
Okay.
but I would reach out to them about it.
Hang on one second. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Averett's been such a gift to this community for so many years. Do you have any idea how many aviation graduates went on to become airline pilots?
I would just be guessing. I mean, if you go to a career fly day, a lot of the alumni come back, and it's generally about 40 or 50 that come back every year. And it's a diversified industry that, it's cargo, and it's regional, and it's private for profit, charter operators. So they've been huge with regards to developing the airport, sustaining the airport. Without their operational activity, it really would be a quiet place.
Thank you.
Quick follow-up to my question. Now, aside from having the flight simulators in the classroom or in the school, is there a curriculum that's associated with this program?
Yes, they have aviation science program curriculum for both high school students and middle school students. And the middle school, I believe it's not referred to as aviation science. I think it's aviation exploratory. And I did ask the instructor who came out for the field trip yesterday how many students that she has enrolled and for the fall semester, and she said 12 for the high school students. This year it was 9, but she said middle school has maxed out. So it's catching on, and it's a great pipeline arrangement, very unique, very
Okay.
unique.
I was just looking for any opportunity we can create for our students here in the county. Quick question. In your report, you said your annual flights were 544, is that right?
Jet flights.
Jet flights, okay.
Jet operations.
All right, cool. What is your capacity? I mean, is there a way of, are you looking
Well,
to
as a matter of
expand that?
fact, during the presentation, during the field trip the other day, yesterday, I was informed that they fueled Avery University's FBO, who completes flight instruction, private, as well as aircraft maintenance. They fueled a G700, Gulfstream 700. So that's then the CGA corporate jet 700 is maxing us out. So we're looking at a 70 passenger regional jet as the maximum that could accommodate our airport based on the runway length.
I understand. I just want to salute you for the expansion that you're working on and with the school systems and the colleges locally. So we're looking forward to your growing to support, the regional growth that we're anticipating. So expanding that runway, I think you got a mile of runway. You probably need double that to take some of the pressure off of Greensboro or Raleigh. How about that?
That would be nice. It would be nice to be able to support.
Okay.
I got
Yes, sir, Mr. Whitten.
Mark, see, are y'all training helicopter pilots out there, or do y'all do that?
No, about 5 years ago, we did have an instructor who was offering helicopter instruction, but not currently, no.
Okay, thank you.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. All right, that moves us down to agenda item 6A, zoning related General Assembly legislation effective July 1st, 2026. Ms. Kelly Smith, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. So today I want to give you a brief overview of the state-mandated zoning changes adopted during the 2026 General Assembly session. All 7 bills that we'll review today have been signed by the governor and take effect July 1st, 2026, and will require updates to the zoning ordinance. Because these bills were signed in late March and early April, there's been little opportunity for localities to discuss best approaches to implementation. Today's presentation is intended to brief the board on these required zoning changes, summarize their impacts, and outline the ordinance amendments and next steps. We'll review all 7 bills, but focus more on those that require deeper policy discussion and more deliberate implementation. So this slide gives a quick snapshot of the 7 new laws we'll be working through. They cover wireless regulations, temporary wireless structures, high energy use facilities, manufactured housing, solar energy facilities, and battery storage. First bill is HB 277. This narrows local discretion when reviewing modifications to existing wireless facilities. The intent is to create a faster, more predictable process for routine upgrades, especially as carriers expand capacity. The county's role shifts from evaluating design preferences to confirming whether an application meets specific state criteria. The requirements creates a more predictable and narrowly focused review process. With limits on documentation, fees, and a 60-day review window, staff will mainly be ensuring that proposed modifications meet the state's definition of an eligible modification. The deemed approval rule also increases the importance of timely, well-tracked internal processing. The main update to the zoning ordinance is going to be making sure the ordinance clearly reflects the state-defined process for wireless modifications. These changes are mostly procedural and focused on consistency with state law. HB 876 fills a gap in local zoning by requiring clear standards for temporary wireless support structures. The state's focus is on ensuring temporary facilities can be deployed quickly when needed, whether for emergencies, service restoration, or other short-term events. The requirements establish the basic operating parameters for these temporary structures. The key point is that some of these structures won't need building permits and can operate for defined periods. So again, our internal procedures will need to account for these timelines. For ordinance updates, the primary task will be adding a section that formally addresses temporary wireless support structures. The updates are mostly structural, organizing the standards, timelines, and removal requirements in a way that aligns with the state law. Next bill is HB 153 and the Senate Companion Bill 94. It establishes a formal review framework for high energy use facilities, which primarily include large data centers and other operations with high electrical demand. The intent is to give localities clear authority to assess potential impacts while also ensuring applicants provide consistent information. The key requirements focus on the types of information a locality can request, especially related to sound, resource use, and nearby sensitive lands. These assessments are intended to help localities evaluate whether a proposed facility fits the surrounding area without adding new approval layers. For the zoning ordinance, the required updates are mostly definitions and procedural. The bill also gives localities discretion to require additional optional assessment components, and that'll be included in a discussion at the joint Planning Commission session in June. HB 1463 expands protections to non-conforming manufactured homes, ensuring they can be replaced without losing their status. Most of this aligns with how our current zoning ordinance addresses non-conforming manufactured homes, but the state provisions formalize and broaden those protections. The bill clarifies that replacement can occur even when a home has been vacant for an extended period and expands replacement options both inside and outside mobile home parks. Required updates to the zoning ordinance mainly involve adjusting our nonconformities section to match the state's language, particularly removing any reference to vacancy affecting status. Most of our existing approach, as I stated, is already consistent with the new law, so the changes are largely refinements rather than major shifts. House Bill 655 and Senate Bill 346 establish 3 statewide zoning categories that determine where manufactured homes must be permitted and what standards apply. The most significant impact for Pittsylvania County is in the residential category. Under the current ordinance language, manufactured homes are allowed only in R1 with a special use permit, and they are not allowed in the RE zoning district. Under the new legislation, manufactured homes meeting the state criteria will become by right uses in zoning districts where site-built homes are a permitted use. One point of clarification is that private deed restrictions and restrictive covenants may still limit manufactured homes on certain properties, but those are private civil agreements that fall outside of the county's authority. For a manufactured house to be treated the same as a site-built single-family home for zoning purposes, the legislation requires it to meet several specific standards. These are the conditions that trigger the by right requirement in a residential district like R1 and RE. A qualifying manufactured home must be placed on a permanent foundation and be converted to real property, have a certificate of occupancy issued within 5 years of its HUD manufacture date, be installed on an individual lot, and meet the same setback, height, and lot coverage standards that apply to site-built homes. These requirements reflect the continued improvements in modern HUD code construction and reinforce that manufactured homes remain an important part of the housing market, especially as affordability challenges grow. At the same time, the standards ensure that only newer, higher quality homes, those meeting current HUD codes and foundation, age, and placement requirements, qualify to be treated the same as site-built homes. The zoning ordinance updates needed include amending the list of permitted and special use permit uses so they align with the new statutory categories and standards required in the residential zoning district. This includes removing any provisions that no longer comply with the state law. Beyond the required changes, we may want to consider how to implement these regulations in a way that fits local goals. The legislation allows localities to use tools such as architectural standards, minimum dwelling square footage, or similar regulations, but any standard that the county adopts must apply equally to manufactured and site-built homes. The work session discussion will focus on what those standards should be and how they can support the county's broader land use goals while staying consistent with the new law. HB 711 and SB 347 standardizes how localities evaluate solar energy facilities that are 1 megawatt or larger. The bill requires local ordinances to allow these projects to be considered through a special use permit process in agricultural, commercial, industrial, or institutional zoning, unless the locality permits them by right. It also mandates inclusion of baseline standards and decommissioning requirements. The goal is statewide consistency while still allowing each locality to apply its own land use considerations. The review process for these solar energy projects is now more structured. Localities must include the specific criteria listed in the statute, including setback ranges, panel height limits, and visual buffering and fencing requirements when evaluating special use permit applications. Additionally, decommissioning plans and financial assurance must reflect current costs, and the special use permit review decision must be reported to the State Corporation Commission. Ordinance updates will focus on adding 1 megawatt or larger solar energy facilities as a special use permitted use in the A1, B1, B2, M1, M2, and MSVMS districts, and incorporating all required state criteria and decommissioning and reporting provisions. In addition, 2 existing zoning requirements, the 5-mile separation rule and the 2% acreage cap per zoning district, must be removed from the zoning ordinance because they conflict with statewide review in HB 711. Although these siting controls can no longer be in the zoning ordinance, they can be carried forward as policy guidance in the comprehensive plan, which HB 711 recognizes as a relevant factor during the special use permit review. Because consistency with the comprehensive plan is part of the SUP evaluation, the comp plan remains the appropriate place for broader siting principles or cumulative impact considerations. These compliance-driven changes will need further discussion at the joint work session, including how best to transition these concepts into the comprehensive plan so they continue to inform the SUP decision moving forward. And lastly, HB 891, Senate Bill 433. This legislation designates battery energy storage systems, or BESS, as a permitted accessory use when co-located with an approved solar energy facility. Localities may not require an additional special use permit if the system meets the statutory criteria. The legislation focuses on ensuring compliance with safety, fire, and environmental standards while streamlining review. The bill classifies battery energy storage systems as a permitted accessory use when they're co-located with an approved solar energy facility. Localities cannot require a separate special use permit for these systems as long as they follow applicable safety, fire, and environmental regulations. This change streamlines review by ensuring adding energy storage within an approved solar project does not trigger another zoning approval. The zoning updates for this bill center on adding language that acknowledges battery energy storage systems as an accessory use and removing any remaining requirements for special use permits when these systems are connected to an approved solar energy facility. We'll also need to ensure our ordinance references the safety and environmental standards that continue to apply. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, these bills have all been signed by the governor and take effect July 1st. Even without ordinance amendments, state law still applies. The challenge is that relying solely on state code can make processes less clear for applicants and for staff. Updating the ordinance helps ensure decisions are based on consistent standards that reflect local priorities while still complying with state requirements. So we've proposed a schedule for moving these amendments forward. The Planning Commission review, a joint work session, and then public hearings will give us opportunities to confirm the policy direction for the more complex bills and finalize ordinance language. But the exact timing of hearings will depend on the board's direction and readiness of draft materials. And I know that was a lot of information. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board? Mr. Bowman.
Kelly, thank you. That's very, very good information, but a lot of it.
Yes.
So I only have one thing that just popped out of reading all of this was on page 9. The slide is 17, and I'm not sure I'm reading this right, but then again, we'll get more clarification on this as we move forward. So these manufactured homes, so if you have a development, an established development that has a lot, vacant lot in there, is it, by me reading this, is it okay for someone to buy that lot and put a manufactured home in it on that lot when you've already got established homes there, brick homes, that kind of thing? Is there anything to stop that? And the reason I ask that is because it seems to me when you have nice established neighborhoods out there and there are vacant lots, scattered throughout these neighborhoods, not to demean a manufactured home, but I just don't think those are the places for that.
Right. And that's definitely the discussion we'll want to have at the joint meeting, because that is what this new legislation allows. Anywhere that the zoning ordinance allows a site-built home by right, it will have to allow a manufactured home that meets those other criteria. So we might want to look at, for example, in the RE zoning district, are there architectural standards that might be more appropriate in that area? We do also have to think through and make sure there aren't any unintended consequences of having architectural review standards or other items within the zoning ordinance in all of the residential districts. And then again, deed restrictions will still apply, but that's not something that the county will get involved in.
Yeah, that's, and again, everything here, I mean, it's good information and all. We're just going to have to sort through it, but that's one of the things that just popped out. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Absolutely.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Yes, sir, Mr. Whittle.
Hey, Kelly, thank you. You said something about the 5-mile rule have to be taken out. Would that be able to move other solar farms in there where we could ram them on top of each other now, or what?
So,
The
I'm sorry.
5-mile rule. would
Right, so
affect solar.
those two items that are currently in the zoning ordinance, the 5-mile spacing requirement and then the 2% cap on solar energy facilities, those will have to be taken out of the zoning ordinance. And you'll have to allow, in the districts where the cap has already been met, we'll have to allow special use permit applications to be considered. Does not mean you have to approve them. Means you have to consider them, but all decisions will have to then be reported to the state. But the conversations that I've been in so far have said that the comprehensive plan is really a better place for those kinds of regulations because they're more policy related. And so there again, if you know, the comprehensive plan addresses those concerns, that can be considered through the special use permit public hearing process.
And one more thing. How much time do you think that each one of these things will add to a project?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
How
you.
much time do you think this will add to each people's project when they go out and when they come to get a permit? You know, what do they got to do to? Are they going to jump through hoops? You said something about waiting 60 days for different things.
No. So the 60-day, I don't think most of this will create more a time frame. The 60-day was referring to the wireless facility modification, I believe, and so that rule says that if your zoning permit process takes more than 60 days, then it's automatically approved. So if an applicant applied and for some reason staff didn't review it within that 60 days, then they automatically get approval.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, thank you, Ms. Smith. Let me make a couple comments. The two clauses that have to be struck, the 5-mile rule and the 2%, but I thought I read a piece in there that they have to have their financing secured, that sort of thing, or some type of arrangement. But I don't think that the county relinquishes all of its power, so we have the opportunity to vote it down, if I'm reading that correctly.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've given us quite a lot of information here, and we're trying to drink from a water fountain up here. I'd like for you, if possible, to come back next month, and can you kind of reduce this down to its lowest common denominator in horse and donkey language so that we can maybe get a better grasp. We're going to study this, but I would like for you to come back in our June meeting.
Yes.
And kind of share with us.
Yes.
Okay?
So is the board interested in having a meeting with the Planning Commission next month? Was my understanding, perhaps?
I
and-
think we had discussed that. We're supposed to have that planning meeting, or you can update us during that meeting.
Okay.
Either
Yep.
or.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think of the 7 bills, there's really probably 3 that will have further discussion. Some of them are just just updating language. Obviously we'll still review that, but I can definitely focus where the conversation needs to be.
I'm sure Line and Grade, who's working on our comp plan, is aware of these changes as well.
They are, and they are also planning to be here that day.
Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. All right, let's see, this takes us down to 6B, County Fee Schedule Review. Ms. Vanderhyde, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. Hopefully this won't take too long. I just want you all to be prepared as the fees will be advertised starting tomorrow. They'll be in the Star Tribune on the 20th and the 27th. So this presentation is going to compare your fees, the 27 fees that'll be effective July 1, 2026, to the ones that were in place July 1, 2025. So we're making a comparison, but some of these changes have already been approved, especially really in the area of community development. So as we move along, I'll let you know which ones have already been approved. So why are we changing these fees? So the adjustments are designed to keep pace with inflation and rising costs of service delivery. Material costs, labor rates, and operational expenses have really increased across all county departments. And these modest increases will ensure that the county can continue to provide the essential services at a high standard without shifting that to our taxpayers. And really these are user fees. So if you need to build a house, you're going to pay those fees. They don't affect everyone. So you can see the bottom of this slide shows all the different fees that are currently located as part of your appropriation, your budget appropriation resolution, and that is approved every year. So you all will approve that when you approve the county budget. So we'll go over the changes, and I have the experts that are here that recommended those changes. I have Mr. Weinkauf here for the pet center changes. I have Mr. Adcock here for water and sewer and landfill. And also I have Mr. Vaughn and Mr. Arnold are here, and even Ms. Smith if she has something to add for as far as the community development changes. So if you have questions, I may defer to them. So the first slide that we're going to go over are the community development changes. And like I said, most of these changes are building permit related. So the rate increases that we'll go to in that first column include residential new construction. It's going from 15 cents to 18 cents per square foot, and that's a 20% increase. And I will add that in their research, they did look at surrounding localities to compare our fees to those fees. And in most cases, sometimes we're still under that, is my understanding. So garages, carports, basements, decks, accessory buildings went from 10 cents to 18 cents per square foot. It's an 80% increase. Manufactured home trades, $20 to $45 each, 125% increase. Amusement rides, kiddie rides went from $35 to $55, circular from $55 to $75, spectacular from $75 to $100, and in-ground pools went from $75 to $125. That was a 67% increase. And then there were some structure changes, and most of them went from a complex structure to something a little more simple. So on commercial permits, we moved from complex cost-based sliding scales to a simpler 20 cent per square foot or $5 per 1,000 of project costs with $100 minimums. Manufactured homes changed from per square foot to a flat fee. You can see those different by size amounts, 150, 250, 350. Residential trades, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing moved to $5 per $1,000 with new minimums of $50 to $75. And then our plan reviews also changed as well. A commercial rate simplified from 0.254% to 0.0845% to a flat 0.08%, sorry. And then our new fees, you can see the certificate of occupancy, temporary It's $50 per 30 days, and that's a new fee. Off-hours inspections, $100 per hour, and that's a new fee. Amusement generator, it was previously $0, is now $100. And then refund policy, less $35, and that is a new policy as well. And of course, our land disturbing monthly inspections, that was something that you all previously approved back in December. So these community development, it talks about the zoning. I'm not going to go line by line on these, but of course, most of these have already previously been gone over by that department, so I'm not going to belabor it by going through each line item. You also have a little packet that I gave you that will show each and every line item, and if there was a change or not a change, if you have calls that may come in from your citizenry. Now, our landfill fees, of course, we did not up the household solid waste fee, but we are proposing to up that tipping fee again from $45 to $55. We've done extensive research, I say we, but mostly Garrett has done a lot, as well as Mr. Adcock, to determine where that should fall in relation to the amount of trash that we bring in, as well as surrounding localities and what they charge. And our tires, for passenger tires, the cost that it costs us to dispose of them, we are not breaking even on that. So we have upped that. We basically doubled that fee from $4 a tire to $8 a tire. For passenger tires and commercial tires, from $10 to $20. And like I said, we didn't just arbitrarily pick those figures. Information was gathered. We did some analysis to make sure of what we've done. Out of county solid household fee, that has always been a fee that we've charged, and typically it is double the fee that a county resident pays. We have very few of these. Most people, if they're going to dump, they're just going to hope they don't get caught. But there are residents, especially in the Smith Mountain Lake area, that come and they visit. They will call to ask about this so they can dump up in that area. So we do have it, so we felt like that it needed to be listed in our fees. Do you have any questions? Because I know this is a hot topic. You may have questions. You may just want to move on and have questions at the end.
Any questions from the board?
Our next slide is on Pet Center, and those fees basically went up $5 per a segment. I won't read them all for you. And we also added a heartworm positive dog. That is a new fee that we never had before. That's $165. And so, and that's basically because your veterinary care, everything has just gone up. So pretty modest. Also, Mr. Wonkoff told me as I came in that he did look at surrounding localities. We're still not charging what everybody else is charging. So it's getting us more in line with the market on these things. Other fee changes, the surrender fee for county went from $25 to $50 per animal. And we used to have something on there saying that, you know, if we receive dogs from the city of Danville or animals, we don't no longer do that. So that fee, it's not a thing. We just don't accept them. And I will move on. The big one, which is requiring a separate public hearing, so the ones that I just talked about, they'll be covered when we have the county budget public hearing. And so people that want to speak on the fee changes of that nature, they can sign up to speak to those. But the water and sewer rates, they are listed in the newspaper by segment, just like they are up on this slide. And really the big one that I'm going to point out, Mr. Adcock went over this in planning and progress, so I'm not going to go through each thing. But the major one that was kind of discussed was Chatham, because it was so very much under what Chatham is charging their residents, that we felt like that rate needed to be brought more in line with what Chatham is charging. So that's why it's such a vast difference in it. And then there are a few other changes that are listed across the bottom as well. And like I said, that will be in the advertisement, and it will be a separate public hearing. The ones that had no changes, and I just wanted to highlight those, the EMS billing rates did not change at all. Fire inspection fees did not change at all. And our recreation fees did not change for the upcoming year either. So really, that's pretty much it. I do have a summary of all those things. Not going to read that, but basically, we're just trying to keep pace with inflation with the changes that are proposed. And if you have any questions, I will answer what I know. If not, I'm going to defer to the experts.
All right, gentlemen. Questions, comments? Mr. Weinkauf, come on down. Let everyone see you and greet you. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Vice Chairman. Rest of the board members, good afternoon.
You made the same comment to me walking in the door that your fees and rates were still priced under our surrounding localities.
Yes, sir.
And how far under are we before we drop the hammer on the actual budget?
So if you want to compare the surrounding areas, we'll start with Lynchburg Humane. Cat fees for adoptions are $75 to $125. Ours are $90. Kittens are $175. Ours are $90. Dogs are $125 to $450. Ours are $90. Puppies are $275 to $475. Ours are $165. Danville Humane Society is $100 for cats and dogs, so we're still under that. If you go to Halifax, they look like they are really cheap at $20 for cats, $40 for dogs, but the exception with that is you have to go take that animal that you adopt and have it spayed or neutered out of your own pocket. We don't do that. So we are very much affordable compared to the rest of the shelters in our area.
Okay, questions? Anyone?
Let me, Mr. Chairman,
Wait,
please.
go ahead, Ms. Deamer.
Going back to this sheet that Kim gave us, which says heartworm positive dogs for 2027, $165. What exactly does that mean?
Well, the reason for that is because it's an animal that's tested obviously positive for heartworm. We have to give them a $200 injection.
Okay,
So that's the reason for that increase, because the medication has gone up.
gotcha.
Mr. Short.
Just for the edification of the board, Brent doesn't get to come before the board often, which is a good sign that there's not a lot of trouble. He does a fantastic job over there. For the board, Brent, could you briefly tell them roughly when you took over the pet center, how many animals were at the facility and what your current numbers are today?
When I took over, there was 419 animals in our building. Today, at this moment, there are 130.
100 what?
130.
Perfect.
So we've got 97 dogs and 33 cats in our building right now.
Mr. Brown, did you have something?
That was my question. I just was curious to know how
Okay.
many animals were coming through and what the ratio of adoption was.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
So to have such a nice substantial reduction, what are you doing with them?
What's that, sir?
To have such a substantial reduction, what are you doing
We've
with
increased our transfers to other shelters. We go to Maryland, Maine, Missouri, and that helps alleviate a
You
lot.
say Missouri?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Of course, you familiar with Howard Stern's place in New York, upstate New York?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Great job.
Thank you.
Consider going to $100. All right. Let's see, Mr. Adcock. Come on up. You have anything to talk to us about? You feel it's important?
Nothing in particular, sir. If you have any questions, I went over my rate increase back in October, pretty detailed.
I recall.
But I will point out that even with our increase at the 9 or 10 localities that I looked at, we are still in the low one-third, or actually low quarter of those 10 localities. So even with the increase, we're still very affordable with our rates.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Adcock?
I have-
Yes, sir. Mr.
Thank you,
Dawes.
Mr. Chairman. I have one on the landfill. On this tipping fee going from 45 to 55, is that just for contractors and outside people, or has our citizens got to pay double to bring that trash to the landfill?
If they are paying if they have to pay for it, yes, sir, they would pay that same fee as well.
So if they pay in the household, then if they have some at home to bring it to the landfill, they got to pay again?
Yes, sir. Unless it's within the qualifications, which if they're doing the work inside of their house, I think they're exempt.
Okay, I know we had a conversation, one of the board meetings, about looking into so much poundage, so many tons a month, and not having to double charge our citizens.
Yes, sir. I can.
I never did hear anything back on that.
Yeah, I can bring that. I can revisit that at the next meeting,
All right,
and we'll have something for that. I do acknowledge that we were discussing that. Well, I'll bring that back to the next meeting.
All
And
right,
that way,
thank
it'll
you,
be
sir.
prior to the July 1 implementation of the fee.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Bowman, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Adcock. Just a question. So I noticed the rate increase, especially on the tires. So what's to stop, and I shouldn't even say it, because if you don't know it, you won't do it maybe, but we're going up on the tire disposal fees. What's to stop them from going to the open containers out at the compactor sites, just throwing them in there? Is there a way to separate that once it gets to the landfill, or do they just take and dump that container and bury it?
Well, we publicized that tires are not allowed at the convenience sites.
I understand.
If and our attendants look out for that and make sure that that's not violated, but, we can't police every single moment there at that location, but I don't think we have too much situation when we do that. So if we do have them that come to the tipping, we'll separate them out, and then we'll process them as tires.
Okay.
But they don't necessarily get charged any differently.
I
It's
know,
coming from our
I've
side.
visited a couple in my district, in the Mount Herman area and up at W.I. Powell, quite often. And sometimes I see, not necessarily tires, but I see a lot of the debris going into these open containers. And especially in W.I. Powell, there's not a person there all the time. Mount Herman, not so much, there's people there. But these large trailers, dump trailers that are pulled in there, offloaded into the open containers, I don't know what all's in there. I don't go out there and start diving in it to find out, but I do see, some things that probably should have went to the landfill first without going into those containers. So just a question. So
Yeah, we try to look out for that when we can, but I'm sure there's occasions when they slip by.
yeah. Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Anyone else?
I got a question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Willow.
Mr. Adcock, out there on 29, the dumpster site out there closed at 4 or 5 o'clock on Sunday. You know what I'm saying? They hadn't got that compactor running yet. So what are y'all doing to get that fixed?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Can you speak into the mic?
Murray, use the mic.
About, last week, Sunday, went by there about 5 o'clock. That dumpster site was closed because their compactor is down. Everything was full. I understand that, but what are they doing about getting that compactor fixed?
Is this the Blair site?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motor starter on that site that ceased operation, and we had to order it from out of the country, and it's just taken a long time to get that motor starter in. But I understand that it was to be delivered on Friday. It's either going to ship out on Friday or will be delivered on Friday, and we'll make it a priority to get it operational. But what we've been doing is we're setting that box right in front of the compactor, and we're doing a daily pickup at that site, trying to make it as less intrusive as possible.
Right, I understand, but it was closed at 5 o'clock Sunday, you know what I'm saying? So people riding around, they had to ride over there, dump over there in Mr. Bowman's area. I hate to do that to them, but I did. So. Appreciate it, thank you.
All right. Mr. Adcock, thank you so
Yes, sir.
much.
Thank you.
Community development, I don't know who's supposed to represent that. Got two of them. All right. Thank you, sir, for
Mr.
being
Chairman,
here this
Vice Chairman,
afternoon. Good afternoon.
fellow members, any questions? I'd be glad to try to answer any questions. you have.
Questions for community development? I think everybody's good with raising some of the fees.
And as Ms. Vanderhyde said, it's just trying to get even. It's not like we're turning a profit. Be honest, I did one yesterday. Somebody pulled electrical on a mobile home. That's $20. Had to do a rough end, had to go back today. We made 2 trips. Actually, it's on 29 on the south end past the casino. So a $20 permit, made 2 trips. We don't even pay the gas bill for that.
I was
right
going
there.
to say, I don't think
So
you broke even.
we're just trying to get it close. And we compared it, Franklin is probably the most compared. And from what I'm told, they're trying to look at even raising theirs more, which would probably go above what we're proposing now.
All right.
So just trying to get us back even.
I think I'm good. Everyone good?
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. And Ms. Van Hyde, thank you so much. Anything further?
I think we have the next one. I'm just going to sit here because Mr.
I'm going there, but I want to make sure you didn't have anything else there. All right, we're going to move to 6C, Mr. Van Allen, Capital Improvement Plan Review. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, thank you. First off, not in the presentation, I have in y'all's packet, looks like this right here. And it does have everything that y'all have seen beforehand, actually at our meeting back in, I believe it was March, going through the capital improvement plan for FY 27 through FY 31. A couple things that I do want to point out is the volunteer fire and rescue. We did already have budgeted the $190,000 for the communication equipment. The fire engine contribution went up to $725,000, and the ambulance contribution went up to $550,000. No. Like the let's see. Then we'll go to recreation on the second page. The rail trails resurfacing for $150,000. That is being looked at for a grant to fund that fully. Then the clerk's office at the top of the page for $455,000. We'll go over the courthouse here in a minute. And then the CAD system replacement, as all of you are aware, did get pushed back to hopefully next year at $1.4 million. We'll go ahead and jump into the slide here. So the CIP requirement and project funds, the threshold is $100,000. This is anything that is too significant of nature that cannot be funded by the operating budget per department. Currently, in the in the project fund, we have approximately $2.8 million. So the departments with the major capital improvements that we need to look at for FY 27 is the courthouse. Right now, we are under court order to build a new courthouse. Building and grounds, HVAC, roofing, and the Cherry Stone Dam. Water and sewer, we have water line extensions and well upgrades. And then solid waste, we have the landfill expansion into the phase 3 and equipment. So the courthouse. As I just said, the court order to build a new courthouse, currently we don't know the cost to begin the courthouse project. With the unknown of courthouse costs and the exact time frame, it may be in the county's best interest to hold other capital requests and fund only what we know we have funding for currently. For building and grounds, one thing that I want to point out is currently in the FY26 budget, which is now, we have approximately $1 million that we are not looking to spend currently that we could roll over. As I said, it is capital to FY27. So the Martin Building HVAC needs to be replaced, which is the county administration office. That is approximately $225,000. The Martin Building roof, which would take place in FY28, is $210,000. And then the HVAC control upgrades, which is just the thermostats in each building, which would actually in long term save us money because it would allow them to turn off at certain times and things of that nature. In FY27, $150,000, and FY28, $175,000. The Cherrystone 1 and 2 dam rehab, in FY27, $3 million, and FY28, that'd be another additional $3 million. I will point out that for the Cherrystone Dam, this is a federal timeline, and we don't know. They could come down tomorrow and tell us, you got to redo it. So just to keep that in the back of your minds. Next, we'll go over water and sewer. So currently on the R&L Smith water line, we do have already appropriated approximately $290,000. The projected right now is $5.6 million that we would have to obtain through a VRA loan is what we're looking at currently, which we'd probably be looking at in the fall or possibly the spring. The Stony Mill water line extension, to get started with that for FY27, that'd be $250,000. We do already have the Stony Mill extension, $250,000 for FY27 in the budget, and it is budgeted. Same way for the Wayside number 2 well system upgrade, the $150,000 is already in the budget for FY2027. Next, we'll talk about the solid waste, landfill and sites. Phase 2, partial closure. We are looking at that being roughly $2.5 million in FY28 and FY29. The Java convenience site, FY27-28, would be approximately $650,000. And then the upgrades to the Lecce lift station, FY27 would be $125,000. And in phase 3, cell D construction in FY27 would be approximately $4.8 million. For the Java site, we could possibly, just thinking ahead, with the roll-off trucks, we do have a roll-off truck already budgeted that we budget every single year. This year they did state that we could, or into FY27 possibly skip, so we could take that money to fund or to move over to allocate towards the Java site. And then currently we have in our lease revenue bond for compactor site improvements, currently in FY26, approximately $400,000 that we could roll over to FY27. That would put you at $635,000, which would put you very close to the estimated of $650,000 to build that site. So solid waste equipment, currently the compactor 836 and dozer D8, as we've all been talking about very heavily, these are two pieces of equipment that seem to continually give us trouble and have major repairs. The 836 did just come back from CAT with a new engine that was approximately $130,000. We are working on the tracks for the D8 as well. Both machines are at the end of their life, even with the recent repairs. There's two options here. We can either lease or we can purchase. We've looked at possibly looking at 3-year lease instead of a 5-year lease. One thing to keep in mind, I have heard, if we do go out and piggyback on the VRA loan, it doesn't matter because the enterprise fund is taxable, so our going rate's about 5% either way. So we're not going to get that good rate that usually the county does get at 3-4%, which even now it's even about 5%. But we could look at possibly using the tipping fees that we are starting to see from the HURT project that if we did decide to lease, it would front us about 1.5 years to 2 years, hopefully. Or we could pay for one piece of equipment, or due to the courthouse, the unknown, we could look at possibly even waiting for another major breakdown to make that decision on whether we need to lease, buy, or something of that nature. So the recommendation, with the unknown of the courthouse costs and exact time frame and nothing currently set aside to begin, it may be in the county's best interest to hold other capital requests pending courthouse clarity, fund only projects with existing known funding sources, and then if additional capital needs arise, draw from the project fund but maintain sufficient courthouse reserves just because of that unknown. That's all I got. Do y'all have any questions?
All right, gentlemen, any questions for Mr. Van Allen? Yes, sir, Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Chairman, and Garrett, thank you. Great presentation. You know, we keep circling back to this courthouse cost, and it's an unknown, of course, but right now, Botetourt County is going through a build out of a courthouse, circuit courthouse there in Fincastle, and they started this back in January of last year. It's a 40,000 square foot, and this is just information sharing, no decision by any stretch. They started in January of last year, due to finish up fall of 27 next year. 40,000 square foot, 37 million is what the estimated cost is on that courthouse. So in my mind, that's a mark on the wall to look at, because these, as the years start moving forward, they just get more expensive. Kim can tell you the cost of inflation. You, Garrett, I mean, the rest of us, we can see how much it costs to buy the services, get the materials needed and everything else. $37 million is a lot of money, especially when we're looking at the recommendation here to fund only projects with existing known funding sources. We don't have a funding source for this, and yet it has become our #1 capital improvement project. That's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Anyone else? Well, let me say this, Mr. Van Allen. Thank you so much for your presentation, and I appreciate all the work that you've done on the budget as far as these capital projects are concerned. In my mind, everything goes to the wayside except the actual courthouse. And, you know, and this is one of the things that I talked about in the State of the County address, is building revenue capacity, because we have to just stop being reactionary in terms of reacting to what's coming down the pike at us. We have to make sure that we're planning properly for this, and we have to make sure that you know, we can figure this thing out. And, you know, you can't wait until the last minute to try to figure it out, and where the rates are right now, it really backs us in a corner. You had mentioned outstanding balance for HURT on their tipping fees. Do you know what that might be?
So currently we have received $850,000, $100,000 being from the Brownsville grant, $750,000 being from the tobacco grant. Currently, I do believe that it was around almost pushing 1.8, so it should be, pushing $1.1 million.
Okay, okay. All right.
But I can give you an exact figure, and I'll email that to you.
Yeah. I was trying to get just a ballpark anyway, just to kind of figure out where we're at here in terms of collection from HURT on that park down there. They just sold that property for like $12 million. I'm trying to figure out what the holdup is, but that's a one-off conversation I'll have with other staff. Okay. Let's see. Other than that, thank you so much. We know that the The federal government can come in and demand we go to work immediately on Church Don't Dam, but, we're going to have to cross our fingers and address this courthouse prior to worrying about that. But thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
And thank you also, Ms. Vanderhyde. All right. All right, gentlemen, anything else before we move to close? We go down to anything from the board. All right. Mr. Evans, would you read us in, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There are 4 matters, or I guess 3 matters, designated for closed session this evening, which are, first, discussion concerning prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry where no previous announcement has been made of the businesses or industry's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in the community. Legal authority, Virginia Code, Section 2.23711A5. Subject matters, unannounced prospective businesses and industries. Purpose, general economic development project updates. Second, we have consultation with legal counsel regarding, employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Nothing in this subsection shall be construed to permit the closure of a meeting merely because an attorney representing the public body is in attendance or is consulted on a matter. Legal authority, Virginia Code Section 2.23711A8, subject matters jail, cell tower lease agreement, Vista Point drain field, and ODAC lease. Purpose is consultation with legal counsel, legal advice, and discussion regarding the same. And then lastly, we have a discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or of the disposition of publicly held real property, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. Legal authority of Virginia Code Section 2.23711A3. Subject matters, potential real property acquisition for public purpose. Purpose is the review and discussion regarding the same. Mr. Chairman, now be appropriate to entertain a motion, second discussion, and vote regarding closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I'll entertain that motion to go into close.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Thank you, Mr. Whittle. All right, we go into close. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, cast your votes electronically, please. All right, motion passes unanimously. We're in close. Mr. Evans,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
would you read us in, please?
Yes, sir. Be it resolved that the Pittsylvania County Board of Supervisors work session held on May the 19th, 2026, the board hereby certifies by recorded vote that to the best of each board member's knowledge, the only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion authorizing the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting. If any board member believes that there was a departure from the requirements of the act, he shall so state prior to the vote, indicating the substance of the departure. The statement shall be recorded in the board's minutes. We will now have a roll call vote regarding said certification of closed session. Mr. Dalton.
Yes.
Mr. Dudley.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Bowman.
Yes.
Mr. Whittle.
Yes.
Mr. Ingram.
Yes.
Mr. Tucker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Motion approved. We go now, our work session is adjourned.